Welcome, everybody. Happy May the 4th. Rob, glad to see you're in all your, I don't know if you guys saw our Obi-Wan Kenobi wandering around earlier, so hopefully he gave everybody a sticker. Welcome to our negotiation session. What do we call him? Our mediator, our facilitator. I was like, what do we call him? John will be with us shortly. He had a call and he'll be joining us in a couple of minutes. He did invite us to go ahead and get started, so we'll do our normal, like, get started, introduce yourself, time constraints, elephants, and your prompt for today is, if you could do a cameo role in any show or movie, what would it be and why? And Richard, I'm going to ask you to start us off.
I'm going to call shenanigans on that because that was the first one last time. Okay. Richard Sanchez, 6th and 7th grade social studies teacher at North Arvada Middle School. No time constraints. I have 2 highball energy drinks. I already had one. I got one ready to go for later on. And then no elephants. First one that came to my mind for if I could cameo, Seinfeld. I mean, I would like to be a part of whatever they had particularly going on in that particular episode. So, yeah.
There you go.
Hello, everybody. Michelle Melis. I am a Spanish teacher, secondary Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School and Jcea bargaining chair. I do not have any time constraints. I'm here for the duration and hoping that that's not till midnight, but I guess we'll see. I don't have any elephants in the room, I don't think. And I mean, I would have to say if I were going to do a cameo, it would be Grey's Anatomy. I watched from the very first episode. I think it's been 18 seasons now. None of the there's 2 main characters I think that are still from the original episode, and that's it. But I just feel like I would have a lot to offer in terms of that. Excellent acting. I've observed enough of it that I think I could do it. So, all right, Rob.
Hi. Rob Cassidy. I'm a teacher at Stanley Lake High School. Elephants, I can't think of any. Time constraints. I have class tomorrow morning, so we're good till then. I don't know with cameos. I don't know if I just have to go with the spirit of the day and be in the next installment of Star Wars. Yeah.
Lisa Elliott, JCEA staff. No time constraints. I'm taking the day off tomorrow, Rob. Sorry. Because I can. What cameo? I mean, Steinfeld would be good. Oh, but you know what else would be good? Law and Order. I'd be a great victim. I can be very dramatic, very emotional.
Brooke Williams. I don't. So it doesn't.
It doesn't
They can
echo.
hear it. Okay.
It's just on.
I guess I do have one elephant. We have been losing some members through payroll without talking with us, and we are the bargaining unit. That's one of the reasons we're here today. So that's kind of an elephant for me. So I'm concerned about that because our contract is with the district and our members sign a membership form through us. So that's concerning to me. So that's one elephant. I'm here for the duration. My cameo, I think, movie, I would pick The Goonies. And also for TV show, Schitt's Creek, probably.
Dale Munholland, social studies teacher at Pomona High School and JCA vice president. No time constraints. I'm here till we get done, and we're going to get done today. And no elephants. So cameo. So for movies, would definitely be The Breakfast Club, because that was a movie I identified with everybody in there. I knew every person in that movie. And then for TV show, it'd probably be would be Schitt's Creek with Brooke. I just found that hilarious.
And it's short. It's a short.
Krista Wilson, principal at Combine Hills Elementary. No time constraints, no elephants cameo. Well, selfishly, I want to be on any HGTV show that redoes my house at the budget that's not realistic, that they say, they have this beautiful kitchen for like $10,000. I'm like, no. So that, but our family watches Pitch Perfect 1,000 times. I don't know why. It's just, maybe it's all of us. I don't know. So I want to be on that show and sing, because I can't sing.
Hello, Jessica Garza, principal, Jefferson Junior Senior High School, and lately I've been watching Eva Longoria's Searching for Mexico on CNN, and I would love to have a cameo on there and just hang out with her and eat all the delicious food and travel all around Mexico. So that would be my cameo. And for a movie, I can't really pick one, but I think I love Coco. And I'm like, how cool would that be to be like a character from Coco and be like all dressed up and animated? So, yeah.
Hi, everyone. Monica Nurenburn, Executive Director of Professional Learning. And Richard, I've had a Diet Coke. I've got this. I've got my coffee.
Ready to go.
So I'm with you on the caffeine. Yeah, I mean, and this probably won't even affect me, so I might have to borrow one of your energy drinks or whatever that is. But no elephants, time constraints. I don't know that I do well or have many brain cells left too late, so I'm hoping that we don't have to stay too late, but also willing to collaborate and do whatever it takes. As far as shows, I would say for May the 4th, I love The Mandalorian. I'm not sure that what I would do is a cameo on there because, I mean, what would I do? I don't know. But I also just would love to, like, hold Grogu. I think he's amazing. But really, as a cameo, I'd love to be on Outlander. So that would be my show.
Liza Meyer, Executive Director of Special Education. No time constraints, no elephants, except for I think I just got something in my contact, so I might have to step out for a second to take care of that. Show that I would want to do a cameo on is Top Chef. It's one of my favorite shows, and I'd love to do it like they have the quick fire, and then they have guest judges come in to taste everything, and that would be incredible. So.
All right. Anthea Justice, Learning Specialist, Ryan Elementary, no time constraints, no elephants. My kids, we've had this like our little question of the day, and so yes, my kids know I would say a Minion movie because I think the Minions are hilarious, and to be a cartoon would just be, the possibilities are endless. And then TV show, I was a huge Buffy the Vampire Slayer, so yes, I'm giving it away, my craziness that yes, I would want to slay some vampires and be a slayer because she was pretty awesome. So that's my show.
Hi, everyone. Kimmel Blanca Sparza, Deputy Superintendent. No time constraints, no elephants, like Dale. I want to project it in the room. I hope we get this done. I'm willing to do it and do it right, but I also hope that we can get where we need to go because we've done a pretty good job so far. I would say 2 shows come to mind for me. Number one, I have deep Southern roots. I'm a girl who was born in New Orleans, so there's a show on Netflix called Sweet Magnolias, and it's a group of 3 women that are friends, and they get together and they always call it, they cheers, and we're going to drink it out every time one of them has a problem, and they make margaritas, and they have a great girls' night, and that sounds like a whole heck of a lot of fun to get together with them. But selfishly, the other side of me, I would want to be in Yellowstone. I would definitely love to be on the Yellowstone Ranch. That would be a whole lot of fun for me.
All right, good afternoon. Phil Bedford, Executive Director of Employer Relations. No time constraints, no elephants. I have to go back a little bit in time as far as a cameo. Happy Days, Arthur Fonzarelli, Richie Cunningham. But I was also thinking, I used to be intrigued by the Flipper show. Remember that? The dolphin? Yeah. Flipper, yeah. Yeah, but. That's perfect.
That's what he did.
All right. That's right.
Oh my God! Did that really just happen?
Are you sure you
That was excellent, Lisa. With that having been said, I'm not going to say another word.
Oh my gosh, that was awesome.
She's had her caffeine too.
I think you spiked her water with that.
No, I promise I did not.
That's awesome.
Okay. I know we kind of communicated back and forth about the agenda. I think where we landed was you guys would like to go ahead and present Articles 8 and 17. And then we're going to take a break because we want to respect that you guys want folks to be able to be here for your 4 o'clock-ish time frame so that you can do compensation. And then we'll do mental health and 24 and the conversation about coach's stipend or wherever we need to land from there, I think.
Well, could we actually move the safety and mental health up so that I just added that, I just moved the order on the agenda, so it looks like we're presenting 8 and 17, and then the district could present the Charlie version of safety and mental health, and that way if we take a break, we both have something to caucus on?
It's not ready yet. Yeah, we're still waiting for some information from HR in terms of people, because there's been a discrepancy as far as how many people and the compensation attachment to that. And so that was what I was trying to, and probably not greatly conveying, was there, every one of the pieces that we have right now other than 24 has compensation or money attached to it. And so looking at that, trying to figure out how do we partner all that together and figure out what do we need to do. And so one of the things John recommended, and we have to choose as an, it's up to all of us. But one of the things he said was, if at some point early enough in the evening we can get done with 24, we could bundle everything else together and go back and forth with it. I don't know if that's something that you think is the right thing to do or not, but that was his suggestion as far as productivity, given that everything other than that has financial implications.
Yeah, so, and sure, but my other question is, are there pieces of 24 or language for sponsor and coach? Are there any of those pieces that are language that we could look at, that we could get the language pieces tied up, and then any money parts that touch those articles could be considered separately?
We would have to go back, and after you guys do 8 and 17, if we took maybe a half hour or so and let us look at if there's any language pieces. There is one piece that I want to put in the room that we'll get to within 17, and we're going to have a conversation, but the item that said CTE, that there was already $1,000 stipend and then the additional, I went back to Marna and the team in teaching and learning, and they said there is not already a stipend in place that is done for everyone. If that's being done, it's being done school individually. So we're going to need to talk about that because according to her, it's not.
Okay, so I have an email because I've been communicating with Shelley around this, and I wanted to check too.
Thank you.
And so what she said was building leads are paid and have a role that we're planning to change for next year. The last 3 years, they've been paid a 0.2 FTE for their work. So that's what's historically happened. It wasn't in the contract, which is why we wanted to get it in the contract.
Got it.
But that's historically what's been going on.
Okay. So we need to get those two on the same page because it sounds like they work together.
You guys,
we got to make sure that we understand where it's coming from.
A clarifying point, there's a difference between a building lead and all CTE teachers. So
Right.
Yes, we're very
So that's, yeah, so we have it, we wanted to put in the contract because building leads were getting paid. So we wanted to put in the contract $1,000 stipend.
Okay.
And then also for the program, the head of the head of the
Program lead,
program.
yeah, something like
There
that,
was something
pathway
else
leads
for
or
like,
something, yeah.
so within each building there might be 3, 5, 7 of those people depending on what your CTE situation is. But those are 2 separate positions. Does that not make sense?
Yes, so there's a CTE building lead who's in charge of all things CTE, and then there's a program.
It's called a head advisor.
Yeah, like
So-
a head advisor.
not all schools have it. That's where it lands.
Yeah, some schools may be different.
So we need to verify how we should put that in language to make sure that it reflects what is currently happening, because it doesn't sound like we've got quite the right language given what we've kind of gotten back and forth. I want to make sure that we get that right this evening. However,
Are they both available so that we can communicate?
Yes. We've given people a heads up.
Because
Yeah.
it does, what she did say was they've been paid in this manner for the last 3 years. However, it also says they're planning to change, and it sounded like the role itself, not just the pay, but so it sounded like that was something that was in the works. And so, and also I believe they're paid out of a separate pool. Maybe it's the CTE pool. I'm not sure.
That I don't know.
So I would maybe check into that
Okay.
too to see who's paying that, because I don't know that comes out of the same pool as other stipends would come out of.
Okay, so once you guys go through that piece, we'll take it and go back, and I'll get them to give us some language, and I'll share with you whatever they share with us so that we have the same information.
Okay.
Because I want to be transparent. I want to be, honest within that process. I just want us to get it right.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And let me just add, we just feel that anytime anybody in our bargaining unit is getting paid extra for something, it needs to be in the
Agreed.
contract. So
Absolutely
that's
agreed.
kind of, so whatever the reality is,
Yes.
that's what we want.
Yeah, agreed.
But I think the point two that you described, that's an additional assignment that's added to their FTE. It's not a stipend. So it'd be .2, and I think it's .17 actually because of the 1/6 piece. So it's not a flat $1,000 stipend, anything of the kind. It's a part of their FTE.
Based on their pay.
Based upon their pay.
Right, and so I think that's where we landed on the $1,000, was that it looked like the idea in changing the role was to significantly or at least reduce so that the $1,000 stipend might make more sense with relationship to what they were doing. So, so that's the information that I have.
So we'll verify that.
Okay.
So are you guys comfortable? Go ahead and go through 8 and 17, and then we'll take a quick break. We'll talk about safety and mental health piece and see if we can come back with that while we're waiting, and then at 4:15-ish, whenever you guys are ready, we'll go into compensation, and then we'll talk about the other articles and how we put whatever we need to together. Maybe we can put 24 in here. We'll try to see if we can get that done in that 30 minutes, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I
Does
think
that
that
make sense?
I think so. I think so. Although if we're ready to go on some of those language pieces before
Yeah,
4:30,
we'll
I would
try.
advocate that
Yeah.
we do that if we can.
Yeah, we'll try.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, where's the doohickey I need to plug into my computer?
Right down here.
Let me help you.
Which doohickey is it?
It's just that long cord. Nope, leave that in.
So we're doing 8 first.
I think the other is.
Just, no, just
What do you
grab
need, Drew?
the
Let
other
Drew
end
do it.
and
Here,
hand it
Drew
to
likes
us.
to mess with each other. Let Drew do it.
We like to mess with each other to make it fun.
Because I know exactly how.
Oh,
You were right. You were right.
You were right.
Phil?
Yes.
Yeah.
Way to go, Phil.
You were right, Phil.
There you
You
go.
got a tech career.
I mean, you were right.
I'm just glad my computer has a
We're giving it to
You were so
receptacle
right.
for that doohickey.
You're right.
You were right. I was wrong.
Okay, this is Article 8. We really, really hope we're close here. I hope I'm capturing everything that's different from the last time we talked. So after we go through this, you all are probably going to want to look through it. So in the beginning, there were no changes at all. I don't think that either party made until we get down to the counselors. And I believe that a lot of this was last time. There is a sentence that the counselors asked me to add about the 504 staff, that school counselors will not be the writer or paperwork manager, but mental health support for 504s. So that is new. I think that's all that's new. And then we keep going and keep going and keep going. We accepted your deletion of title school class sizes, but we really want to keep talking about title school needs in the future. But we did add in 8551, we're fine with about class sizes being monitored. We will have a class size relief fund. And then we added Title I school class sizes will be a priority and will not exceed the guidelines, that means the regular guidelines, without additional support. And we left it open as to what that support might be, you know, a little extra para support, what have you. Class size will be shared with Jcea. I think that was in there before. And this is talking about adding a new teacher. That was in there before. And then in other situations, added para support will be appropriate. We like this idea of talking about SBB. We'd like to have a session over at our office. We could invite any interested members to learn more about SBB. All right, now I wanted to talk about the counselor caseload, and I do have a spreadsheet. You may have gotten one, and I have one that was shared with me by the counselors. I assume is accurate. So we had talked about making it 250 to 350, and you wanted to look at the data before we did that. So do you have anything you want to add about that?
I think more than anything, the concern is right now in this moment what the numbers are and looking at what cost implications come each year by dropping it down by 25 kids. And I want to look at, Liza has this year's. I've got HR trying to figure out if they can get me like last year's and the year before so we can see what the trend looks like, because what I don't want to do is say, well, this year it would only mean, you know, 1 FTE, but last year it would have been 5. You know what I mean? And so I want to make sure that we're being really responsible about those decisions, because it is an ongoing cost if we do it.
So the data that was given to me was last year and this year. And actually, a lot of schools have invested in their counselors, and the caseloads are much below that, which is great. And I think there's very few that are even above 370. There's a few above 350, but not very many. So I think we can live with 375. That's an improvement over 400. We just want to make sure that the intent is not that schools go out and reduce their counselors to bring up their caseload to 375. I don't think that's what any school wants to do, but I know that some of the counselors were nervous about that, and I just don't think that's anybody's intent, but I just wanted to say that out loud. Many of our schools, especially some of our title schools, have much lower caseloads for counselors, and we've talked a lot at this table about the need for mental health support, and counselors are a big piece of that. Yeah. So, all right. So just wanted to make that one thing clear in terms of the party's intent, and then preschool. I just want to say again, for the good of the cause here. The preschool educators that I'm talking to are very, very nervous and anxious about next year, which is to be expected. We have a whole new system. We don't know what it's going to look like. Their class sizes are all going up from 16 children to 20. They're getting younger children, some of whom will come to school not potty trained. I remember the Labor Day weekend where I had to get my 3-year-old son potty trained so he could go to preschool after Labor Day. But anyway, I just want to say we're gonna need to support our preschool educators next year. I'm sure Jen Bedford will, but there is a lot of unanswered questions for them. So I think that in 862, the compromise of 30 minutes within the student day and 30 minutes outside the student day, I think that's doable, and I think that could work, and we'll see how it goes next year. And the other things are fine. When we get down to 865, about 50% of students, if 50% or more become identified with IEP, what kind of additional support? So I just tweaked this a little bit. After a class reaches 50% of the students having an IEP, additional para support may be requested through the ELO and will be considered. So all I'm saying is there's a process where they go if they need it, and that the ELO will look at it. Okay, so that's all that says. Again, there's a lot of concern. I know we're going to be adding some special sped preschool classrooms for high needs students, and I think that may help this situation, but this is kind of a compromise. The whole contract is open again next year, so any concerns that develop over next year in our new system, we can sit down and address them next year. So that's it. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Lisa. I'm going to start with, I appreciate very much the willingness to work back and forth in this, to have conversation, and to recognize that we're going to have to figure out our way through the early childhood piece. In fact, it's a little bit of a mess at the state level, which is not a surprise as you're trying to stand up a whole new program and get going. We know that there's some difficulty, there's some timeline difficulties. We're going to have to support our educators in early childhood as they get going and figure out how do we navigate that. Anytime you start new programming, anytime you expand extensively, we're going to have to make sure that our folks are in there figuring out, what do you need? How are you doing? How can we support you? That sort of thing. That should be an expectation through that. So we agree with you there. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I'll add to that piece about the preschool. It is, we're all a little nervous about how this is going to look next year. We've been in communication with early learning, special ed, and early learning has been doing a lot of collaboration in order to be thoughtful about student placement. So I just want the preschool teachers to hear that we are thoughtful about where students are going and make sure that we're not overloading one classroom or, a system. So, and I think our center-based ASD classrooms for preschool will also help with students with higher needs. Will get the support they need in a lower ratio classroom. So but then can you scroll back up to the counselor? I just had a clarification question on the oh yes, the 504. Can you just scroll down a second because it splits pages there? Thank you. It said something about, nope, not there. Oh, there it is. School counselors will not be the writer or paperwork manager. I just wanted a clarification. I was thinking sole writer, but would they still be contributing in their area of expertise?
I think that what I think they're visualizing without them in the room and through my conversations with them is that that someone else would be the person managing, Lisa's 504. And that then that person would say to the counselor, this kid needs some mental health support. Do you know this kid? It's on your caseload. What do you think we ought to put in here? And then they would contribute. We think you should put in this. And that person would say, okay, I'll put that in the 504. They shared with me basically they're worried about the number of hours that would take them away from their direct services to students. So I think that's what they're getting at. And counselors, as all educators, are in this. It's a calling, and I think sometimes they have agreed to do things in the past that they really didn't have to do per contract. And so this is trying to be a little more clear so that we can let counselors know, look, this is your job around 504s. This is not your job. Because I think some of them were taking in things even in previous language that they really didn't have to do. So
I think the intent behind this language too is just to ensure that they can meet the needs of their students and they're not getting bogged down with managing 504s and writing and paperwork. But they're still going to be contributing with their expertise, but they're not responsible for, managing that and writing it.
And doing everything.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments or? Okay. All right, so you all can look at that when it's time. And then 17, this is ECHO. And again, there's a lot of things that we've agreed with. We've agreed with things in 17.4. We agreed to the addition of licensed years of service for charter teachers. We've talked about the retired educators and that the MOU will be in Appendix E. All of the Lane language and the CTE Warren Tech Lane language has been agreed to. I did leave some things in yellow again. We'll need to go back and make sure that the cross references are correct, but I always like to wait to the end for that. And okay, I think we're okay with 17.10. All right, 17.10.3. We've done a little research, and we are way, way behind other districts in the hourly rate, which includes summer school, which I think is very important that we have adequate numbers of people willing to do summer school. So once again, we're suggesting that the $26 an hour be increased next year to $28 for 23-24, and that in 24-25 it go up to $30. And we're still going to be below a lot of other districts, but let's start with that. And then as we go down, I think we were okay with 10-4 and 17-10-5. We went back and forth with should. We really like the word will, because if it should, in our experience, a lot of times it just doesn't happen. We're taking another run at National Board Certified. We opened with 4. You wanted it to remain the same. We're coming back with 3, and that's just a few $100s, a couple $300 more than it is now. And I really do think we're talking about fewer than 20 people. I'm not sure, but it's not very many. We're also taking another swing at title schools in B. We came in with 3. You reduced that to the 1, which is what it is now. We are trying to find a middle ground with 2%. And I think we've agreed about the language that educators who serve less than full-time will get a proportional stipend. We're leaving the dual language that you struck. We're leaving that alone for now, but I'll be back, baby. And then the CTE stuff, we need to figure out what's actually happening there. So that's kind of it.
So I think I see in B, Lisa, you guys are proposing rather than the 500 this year and 500
Yeah, I mean,
later, the go into 2% instead.
We appreciate the sentiment there, but frankly, you know, $1,000 over 3 years is like $300 a year, and it's like let's not worry about that. Let's focus on other things we can do for Title I educators. I'm sure you have access to the data just like we do about the turnover in Title I, the number of new educators in Title I. I'm sure you're all aware that Title I schools are just, you know, they have a lot. Those kids have a lot of needs, and it also takes a lot out of the teachers. So we're trying to recognize that and encourage them to stay there. And we think that just a straight stipend would be better than a smaller amount over 3 years. So.
Just a point of clarification in 17-4, with Jeffco Public Schools charter teachers hired for a district managed school be credited all of their licensed years of service. I understand the intent. I don't believe there's any intent that this would be done retroactively.
No.
So I think maybe some language in there beginning in 23-24 school year.
I'm
so
happy to add that right now.
Thank you.
And, you know, we don't have a lot of contact with educators and charters, but like I said at another meeting, we have had a few of them reach out to us saying, you know, I'd be interested in moving to a neighborhood school, but I've been in this school for a while and I need that credit, so. I made a copy and it's linked to the.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Kim.
I think we're good.
Okay.
What I might suggest is that it's 2:10 now. Maybe if we come back at about 2:45, give us a chance to at least take a run at 24 language and make sure that if we're ready, we'll come back and try to get that one done on the table so that we both have something to work on back and forth. Because that one doesn't make me as nervous about how it fits into the compensation picture. So I think our team could work on that one. If you guys are willing to give us about a half hour, then we can come back. Does that work?
I also wanted to mention that while I was working on language, what day was it? 2 days ago. I did put an article 5 TA, 10 TA, 15 TA. I didn't get to 19, but it's in our joint folder. I just added some stuff to our joint folder, and I believe I found the right version and everything, but.
Thank you for doing that. And Liza, will you feel okay with maybe 2:45-ish when we're done, maybe the safety MOU? Yep. Okay, so maybe can we come back at that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Have some red wine.
I thought you said
Or
red
an energy
wine.
drink.
Know where your mind is.
All right, folks, reconvene at 2:45.
Okay, we'll be back in a bit.
For us.
All righty.
All right, thank you. Reconvening, I think the employer has some things to present, so go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. We're going to bring back the Safety and Mental Health MOU. We were able to get with Liza and just verify back and forth kind of what the different versions have been. So she's going to present that, and then we will talk about District Golf of Article 24. Liza, I'll hand it to you.
Just gonna grab the cord from here.
You didn't want me to do that for you?
I unplugged
Nobody
it.
trusts you.
See, look at that.
It's on the floor somewhere. I unplugged
Yeah,
it.
he did it correctly.
He did do it correctly.
The one with
I've
the
got
big,
your
yeah,
back.
the big
Oh.
one. Phil's not doing it
Yeah, it
anymore.
was
He's
really
not
your
touching
side
it.
that was kind of.
I got scolded once.
We have to hassle them.
No, it's my baby.
Okay. Let's take this one in for the next one.
Thank you for
Doesn't it
reminding me.
look
I
like
need to put them back in.
Yeah.
I was hoping I'd lose weight because every time you do that.
There we go. Great. Okay. So I did also put it in the agenda if anybody wanted to take a look on their own screen. But this is in reference to the MOU work that we've been doing, and I think we're just at fine-tuning pieces right now. So I'll go through some of the adjustments, and I highlighted them in yellow so it was easier to see. There was an addition of the 20% or less for that first paragraph, which is fine. And then also shifting to have the direct and indirect pieces in the 80%, and that was recommended by Jcea. Fine with that. Not an issue there. The last piece I struck, and there is a reason for that. This was the piece about the 20% of the time could be at another district location. We already agreed that if somebody needed to work at another location, they could consult with their administrator about that. That's in Article 5. So I saw it as a redundancy to also put it in this one, because that's already language we've agreed to. So that is why I struck that there.
Liza, would you be open to just quoting the article? We've done that quite a bit with
Yeah.
just some of the language, like see Article 5 whatever.
That could make sense.
Okay.
Yep. And then highlighted, I just reworded a little bit, but 23-24 school year, we've already committed and started working on revisiting staffing allocation for mental health. So putting it in here is fine, not an issue there. Cells. 3 individualized, adding that piece is not an issue. Okay, so the supervisory duties, I struck the way it was written. I still am getting to the essence of it. I just changed the language a little bit, so I'm hoping that you'll see it's still the same idea. I just reworded. So, sorry, I don't know how to turn the teams off. Okay. Mental health professionals will support supervisory duties such as morning, afternoon, lunch, recess supervision in a manner equitably distributed among staff. They will be compensated for substitute coverage when applicable, according to 5.3.10. So that is, in my mind, still getting to what was written, just changing the language a little bit to say, yeah, this is part of their role, but they're not the only ones doing this. So, all right, going down a little bit. Stagger role like meetings, that was struck by Jcea, not an issue with that piece. And then the role clarification and support piece, that's the sentence starting with as part of planning a bit. I struck the way it was written and rechanged it again, hoping I'm still getting the same essence, but just changing language a little bit. The vision here is as part of the master schedule, mental health professional or professionals and OLT will collaborate on a time for duty-free lunch. The vision is here, especially at, say, an elementary level, that they are working with the OLT and the mental health provider says, I'm doing lunch 12 to 12:30, that's my sacred time, my walkie's off, I am not available. And that everybody knows that because it was part of the master schedule. It would look a little differently at secondary because that's not what we put into campus as the master schedule, but it would also be known that this is the sacred time for our mental health, that they get their duty-free lunch. So I think that would be a reasonable piece to add in there. All right, crisis intervention. I can't remember if we had already, I think, I just reworded this a little bit, and forgive me, I think I had deleted what was written previously, but the one piece that I had listened to last week's is making sure that all staff will have access to these professional learning resources. And then I just changed up to have it as more examples of some of the ones, because we know that they change based on need of a school or a team. So just giving some examples, but there are more that could be delivered. And that's both for school, that could be delivered by the school level or district. The next piece is really looking at that language, and what was originally there is underneath, and I reworded it a little bit. We already talked about the physical and psychological safety if there's an incident, and the piece I added was, if an employee has experienced such an incident and needs additional assistance, encouraged to consult with their administration on appropriate next steps. Some of these next steps could include a debrief of the situation, space and/or time to decompress, or providing resources about the EAP. That really captures that. I think, we can all think of incidents or times when there was something that affected us and we needed either time, space, someone to consult with, debrief with, any or all of the above, or extra assistance outside of the school, so making sure that they are seeking that when they feel like they need it. So, and then, relevant experience. This is already something that HR does. It is on the external HR website, but licensed mental health special service providers will have previous relevant experience reviewed to assess if it can count towards years of service upon hire. And I don't feel fully comfortable with saying it's going to count, because these are individually determined by HR, and that's not something I can determine. Some experience counts, some doesn't, depending on what it is, where they served. So I think it's highlighting that this is part of hiring, but not something that we can determine outside of knowing an individual's background. And then finally, the stipends. So you're seeing this as a strikeout, but it's more of an asterisk at this point. This is part of an ask for compensation. That is one of the things that we would like to come back to later on this evening when we are looking to finish. But I just wanted to highlight when I was looking at it and I dug in on numbers, and I know Stephanie last time had said it's only a few people, and when I dug into numbers, it's actually more around 100 people that hold these licenses. So that is more of a significant chunk than originally anticipated. The one thing I wanted to clarify, because I'm looking at this as an incentive for a very hard to fill position, which in our district right now, mental health providers are a very hard position to fill for special education. I'm assuming this is just for special ed mental health, because cells are not hard to fill right now. They are 100%, filled. So I just wanted a clarification on that when we're looking at that.
And I don't, again, I'm thinking it was for those ones which would be sped, and the ones that are currently left unfilled in the district, so.
Because cells are, 94% filled? Or?
I said 100, but they're close to. Yes, they are not having as much trouble finding those people for those positions. So I'd like to say right now, this could be revisited when we're talking about the stipends and the other areas, but I don't want to, I can't commit to it right now, knowing the numbers that are actually impacted by this.
And then if this is only SPED mental health, then it would incentivize SPED mental health not to move to the cell role, which we're seeing.
I'm in agreement there. Yes. I can see as a benefit. I can also see I just need to work, because this is more of a budgetary, ask than originally thought. Because it's more than 100, it's around 100 people, whereas I think Stephanie was thinking more like 20, so.
Do you know the cost of the 100 people?
Well, 100 times
$1,200.
1,200, so.
All right.
Well, there we go.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
You said over 100 though, right?
Yes.
That's what you said.
I have a few that are still, I'm trying to figure out. It's hard because we don't ask for this licensure.
Yeah, so you don't know
and
everybody that has it.
I guess I also want to point out that a lot of these positions, we actually, through our Medicaid program, reimburse for their license renewal. So some of these people are already getting a benefit. I don't know if that people are aware of that, so. It's not much, but it's something.
I would say too, contextually, I think in the grand scheme of it, how many people do work in some of the positions that would be connected to this. And I believe the last number that Jason and HR gave me was somewhere between 460 and 485 people. So it's a pretty wide number of people that could potentially be in that category depending on where we landed.
Okay, and I think that covers it. If there are any questions or clarifications needed.
I think we're good.
When we finally land on this, we do need to decide where we're inserting this
Yeah.
language, whether it's
That's the one thing.
all in one piece or
put it
inserted in
into
other
articles.
articles, and I
I'm hoping
personally-
in other articles, but
Yeah,
you,
I
yeah.
could go either way, but whatever.
I guess it's 1 year.
I don't
but-
have a strong feeling about it either way.
Okay.
We got a whole year to think about it, huh?
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
24?
24.
Just pick out my gum so I'm not chewing as I go.
It's 5. Which one is it? Because like, it's 5.
Oh, we just.
I have it. I was just trying to not let it slide down.
You were more efficient than I was. Thank you. Okay, I think Monica or
It's
Krista, one
attached.
of you is gonna
already
link it
on.
in.
Yep.
So it's there. As you all prefaced many of the articles that we talked about earlier, this one seems very, very close, so we'll try to walk through this. In Article 24, 24.1.1, we did not suggest any changes. It is where your last version was in terms of striking this and putting it at the end. I think we all agreed on 24.1.4, if I'm recalling correctly. The first place you had suggested different language was 24.2.1. Around AMP educators must have the opportunity to be represented on OLT by a representative chosen by the AMP team as per 10.6. We agree with that. 24.2.2, we offered a little bit different language here. Hopefully it's not significantly different, but what we said was the OLT will work with the AMP team to schedule 5-minute transitions for elementary AMP when necessary due to safety protocols or significant grade level span changes. When we reached out, we recognized that if you have to move from kindergarten to 5th grade, you really do need that time. If you move from 2nd to 3rd, maybe not as much. And so recognizing that and having that conversation and building that in, we think that's a reasonable ask there. In 24.3, all we did was take out the word held because it didn't make sense in the sentence. Will be agreed upon, not will be held agreed upon. So there wasn't anything significant there. 24.4.1, that was agreed upon, I think, at the last time. I'm gonna keep going all the way down to, I think we did not suggest any changes in 24.5. We are accepting your amendment to 24.6. 24.7.1, we're fine with. And I believe you agreed to our language suggestion on 24.9.1, and we agreed last time to your suggestion on 24.10. And that's it.
Questions, comments?
I think we're there. I just want to be able to read
Yeah,
through it.
please, take your
Get through it.
time.
So I think we need time to read through
Mhm.
24 and the MOU. Did you all have time to read through 8 and 17?
We just worked on these two, so if
So
you guys take the
all
time
of
with
us
that,
could do
we
that.
could take time on the two you
Okay.
presented,
And then we could
can
get
come back together.
48.
What? I don't know. That would be pretty impressive. Let's do it.
Also,
May the 4th be with us.
I did take over, I'm trying to take over Amanda's role of note-taking. So I'm doing this as I go. If I miss anything though, or don't represent it in a way that, if I made a mistake, just be checking over it.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay.
We appreciate you stepping in and doing that.
Right.
That's a big role. Yep, it's a lot. Okay.
How much time do we want?
Um,
Want?
Does a half hour seem reasonable?
Oh, yeah, I think
Okay.
that's plenty.
So
Okay.
we'll come back at 3:40?
Sounds
Or at
good.
least, John, you'll check with us and make sure
Yep.
we're all good to go?
Yep,
Okay,
will do.
we can do
Is,
that.
is one of those rooms open for us to?
We've
pop
just
us
been
in?
taking rooms over there that
You're-
are vacant.
You're welcome to keep this one, because no one's in here, if you want to shut the door, or you can go to the room next, I mean, he's gonna stop it and recount us in anytime we all come back in, but if you would feel better going across the hall, you're welcome to do
Okay,
that.
okay.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll check in at 3:40.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
All right, we're reconvening after our short caucuses. Who wants to go? I know both sides were working on things. Who would like to start?
Yeah.
I mean, we can go first.
We're on
Okay.
this side, or
All right.
that doesn't matter to me. What, do you want to do the MOU?
Yep, we could do the MOU. I got it up. I'm ready to roll. Lisa?
Do you need the?
My Vanna, she's, yeah.
Am I the person to
You need
put it
dongle.
up on my
or
thing?
You need the
Okay, where's the
HDMI.
pluggy
I
thingy?
don't have a dongle.
Do you want me to get it for you?
I just need to make sure I get the right one down there.
Phil can do it.
Dongle every time.
Phil's the one that knows what's what.
He does.
Well, I have the Chromebook, so, you know. You need another little part.
Wow, I didn't know about this.
So,
How about these shots fired? And this is ready for you.
You need a carabiner too if you want.
Jeez. Was it like a carabiner? Yeah.
Twist.
A dongle carabiner.
Carabiners. The stiff cord.
Kind of like dongle.
All right, middle schoolers.
I wasn't even gonna touch that. Not even gonna touch that one. But I could already have like.
The only
six
one that kept a straight
middle schoolers in
face.
my
I am
mind.
impressed.
Went through the list of my first block. I was like, there we go.
All right, can everybody see that?
No, the middle school teacher
Yeah.
is the only one that kept a straight face. Love it.
It is, it is.
It is in there? Okay.
I am, well, it was.
Hold on, let me refresh.
So
No, it's not
it's
on there
not.
anymore. It was
So it
on
should
there. I
be-
swear it was. Hang on. I can do it. I know what I'm doing now, believe it or not.
You're an expert now.
Hey, Krista.
You want me to touch them?
Da-da-da-da-da.
Good job, Lisa.
All right.
Okay.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. All right. So thank you, Liza. When we left, we were really close. So in terms of getting us through this next portion, so we accepted the or less. So thank you for that. Going down to Lisa, does
Wait a minute.
this doesn't
This
have
is not, wait a
false,
minute, sorry.
false, hard
sorry.
pass. No.
Okay.
That's not it. I was like, nope,
Okay.
I'm looking at it. I'm like, no. Yeah, well, yep.
Wow.
We did have
Sorry,
a
guys.
couple suggestions. I mean,
I thought I
we
was,
did do
I was
something.
so excited.
We
I
did do
had this
something in
right.
those 30 minutes, I promise. Oh. And then the dongle, or the, sorry, HDMI. That's not the dongle.
Remember, you're on.
I'm like, it's the
Just
HDMI.
saying.
We got hot
Okay,
mics here.
this is
Hot
not,
mics.
this is not what I put in our joint folder, but I'll fix that, but I'm gonna just show it for right now so that we can move forward. All right,
All right. Redo.
go girl.
Okay, so that green there is where we're gonna have just some changes. So we put, in accordance with Article 5, administration will assist the mental health professional in protecting this time from interruptions and providing alternative workspace. So we saw this as, we understand, you know, the concern that if a mental health provider is not in the building, that there, you know, and there is a type of emergency that does require their support. We just wanted to call out that, like, could they use the principal's office and close the door and like turn their walkie off? Just having that as an ability so that it is held sacred and that they do have that opportunity to work and to get those pieces done that are an important part of their job. The next piece that during which we had already talked about that was agreed upon, and then the 3 individualized, yep, we're in agreement on that. With the all mental health, hold on, Lisa, I know you had took a stab at rewording that, and so we feel like that calls out what we were trying to, it captures what we were trying to say, so thank you for that. Moving down. So if you look where the role clarification, as part of planning, that piece that you had put, we just put and administration will make every effort to protect the time. So just calling that out. And then with the crisis intervention piece, what you added we felt was representative with the all staff, and then obviously adding some of those pieces, and that, you know, obviously it can be delivered through different modes in terms of school, district level. And then on that next part, if an employee has experience, so we just added including leaving for the rest of the day, because again, we want to make sure that we are protecting our mental health providers or, you know, anyone who has a crisis and deals with that, just because that could be something that obviously they may need, and obviously if we want people to be in a place where they can support students, that might include them, and obviously with coverage and talking to the administration for that. And then we just said, or providing resources from instead of about, so just to kind of make that a little more streamlined. And then moving down, we just wanted to know that criterion piece, because as we go through that, just to kind of get to a place where if that is potentially something we could have, we would want to make sure that we know what that criteria might look like. So that was pretty much it in terms of where we landed, questions?
Questions, comments?
Yeah. We getting closer?
Now I'm gonna put it, let me make, put it in our shared folder.
Go ahead, Krista.
I just have a quick question on the, maybe I'm on the right one. I think the, when you guys connected to the 5310, is it 5310 or is it 5324?
We didn't connect it with a specific piece of Article 5. We didn't, it was just Article 5 in general in terms of people having planning time.
Wait, are you talking about the substitute coverage, Chris? Because
No,
we
I'm-
just said in accordance with Article 5.
That's fine.
No, it was the one about the,
All mental health.
Like
Oh,
protecting
sorry.
time.
Like which one are you? Are you looking at the last one from? Because we're on Delta. Just make sure at the top it should say.
says copy of Delta? I
Yeah,
copied the one out of
that I have in my agenda still says copy of, and I've refreshed twice, so am I doing?
Okay,
something
do I have
wrong?
the wrong one then?
It's not updated.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna fix something. I'm still working on fixing something, so hang on with me.
Is that it? Okay, then maybe.
Pen and paper never had a bad day.
Pen and paper never had a bad day.
Problem is, I have two things open there, the JCEA folder, but I don't have our joint folder open, so that's the problem.
Yeah, but yours isn't, it's not in the.
Yeah.
Here says copy of.
But whatever one she was projecting is the one I was.
I was
the same
projecting
stuff,
that
so
out of our drive
Oh,
because
sure.
just to
got
make
you.
it
Okay,
fast.
that's why I was like, did I miss something?
So now I have two of these, and one of them's right and one of them's wrong, so just a minute. Okay, this one's the wrong one.
Yeah, I had all the same things.
So this one I'm going to
Just making sure.
remove. Move to trash. No, shoot.
As
Move to
Lisa's
trash.
doing that, the HR question probably cannot be answered in this room of what criteria they use. I know they use a calculator system. Is that a make or break? Like, because I don't know if we'll have that answer tonight.
No, it's just,
We should share it with you.
yeah, I mean, we
Yes.
just want to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
We want to frankly hold HR accountable to their own policies, and we'd like to know what they are. So if somebody calls us and says, I didn't get credit for my previous experience, we can say, well, that's not one of the criteria that we use. Or, gee, you should have put in a help ticket and we'll support you.
Yeah, I
That kind of
absolutely
thing.
agree. And I would like to know some of it too, because I don't know the nuances, so that would be helpful, I think, for everybody.
Good. I think that's reasonable.
Why do I still have two copies of this?
Should we put a note in there for having, HR will provide criteria? Like,
That
should
it
that
was
be a-
down at the bottom, like she said.
Yeah.
But it was in brackets. Should we put that as a statement in the
Well,
I don't know what that looks like. I know they use a calculator system where they input stuff, but I don't know much more than that, so.
But
I'm
I
just
think
wondering
it's,
if
I
you
think
wanted
it's a
to say
reasonable
something.
ask. I mean, if we ask, can we get a one-pager that just explains how that gets determined? I think if we want to put it in language that we're going to provide that to you guys, that's not an unreasonable ask.
So just change the bracket.
So we could change this to this criteria will be provided or shared with
Yes.
JC.
So it is on the district website, all that information on pay. So if you go into the pay and salary information under licensed educator, it's all there. It talks about credits and accreditation, FAQs, licensed employment information. So it's there.
If there's something more that folks want to know, we can certainly dig
Yeah.
in further.
And I wonder, Phil, is that the internal website?
Yes.
Because a lot of the job
That's
seekers,
the intranet.
they don't see it, right? So I
Yeah.
think that's part of it.
I think just having that full
Criteria.
clause in the
Mhm.
contract would be good.
Yeah, no issue with that.
So Lisa, do you just want to share that version with us all?
I really, wait a minute.
Or Flipper? Flipper, would you provide that?
Should I
Okay.
I guess one?
Well, it doesn't, I keep making a copy, and it makes, oh, I know, I didn't say copy, comments, and suggestions, that was the problem. Peggy. Okay, now I'm gonna move it into a joint file.
You want to check?
Okay, see if that did it. If it didn't, I'm gonna give up.
It's in your trash.
Well, I guess we're just gonna scrap the whole thing.
No, there is now one in there that's not in the trash. Okay, and I'll tell you what I'll do.
Yeah, it looks, I see it.
Yeah,
It's-
and I will rename it and put the right, I'll go rename,
Do you want to phone a friend over there?
and I'm gonna go correct copy of JCA, okay? That's what I'm renaming it to, and it's not in the trash. Does everybody see it?
Yes,
Refresh it.
it is there. I hope so.
In our file, in our red lines?
It's under red line in the MOU part, under red line. Okay. Whew.
Where is it?
So we go with the little-
Exhausted.
Good work, Lisa.
It's not in the agenda.
So don't go to the link in the agenda, go to the folder.
Oh, yeah, now we have to fix that thing.
Correct. Oh, somebody already tried to fix it.
Is it fixed?
I don't know.
So I said edit link. Oh, here we go. I see what I did wrong. Okay, I think I fixed it in the agenda as well now. Yes, I did. So the agenda is now fixed. That was our deal. Crack up.
You have to click the button that says, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right, it happens.
So can I just, there was a statement earlier about formally assigning where it goes into the contract for each segment.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
Do you want to do that? And also, I think Michelle did add one sentence
Yeah,
at the
I
end,
added that change.
at the bottom, just to.
So if you look, some of them did have some suggestions, so like Article 8 under 8.4, so like the SPED, mental health, yeah, so some of them do. I'm trying to look and make sure that all
Well, we
of these
kind of
would-
had put where we thought it went. I mean,
Yeah,
is
and then
everybody
Article
okay
8.
with Phil and I and Dr. Kim maybe figuring out where it goes in the
Yeah.
suggested articles?
And then we just put some suggestions in those little.
Yeah, in the gray boxes, we have a lot of.
And like we had talked about, like, even though Article 9 wasn't open, that was
Yeah,
addressing what we had
can
talked about in
jointly
terms
agree
of,
that we're
okay.
gonna stick it in Article
Okay.
9 this year.
Yep.
Yep.
So Liza, you are closest to this. I would like you to speak to, do we need to go back and have a conversation about this, or is there any part of this that you want to discuss as a whole group, or as our group?
I just want a second to look it over, so if we could just make sure we look it over and then at the next break, and then we can bring it back.
Yeah, get it.
So,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
So then Article 24, if you look in our, okay, so now let's see, if you look in our joint file, and it's not in red line, it's in TA. So we added, if you look at copy of TA question mark, district golf. So we think that we're good to go here. I did add one word as an English teacher, and that was an and. We're on 24. This is 24.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
yeah,
plug it
yeah,
in.
you
And,
Plug it in, plug it in.
Just so your members can see it.
I can't even remember where I added the word and, but I did add the word and, but that's the only thing I added.
It was the piece about the.
You can go to edit history. and then
But
it'll
it was the
go
piece
through
about
and
the
edit it.
right there, and
Yeah, right
ensembles.
As
Yep.
grade level performances and ensemble showcases. It just needed to put an and in there. So that's the only thing we changed, and we're fine with everything else. So I think we're good to go.
Awesome. Okay, good job,
Great.
everybody.
Yeah, good work. Yeah. All right. Well done, folks.
I'm gonna take the question mark off.
And then you could just get rid of copy too. TA. You really want the copy?
No, I will take it.
You're pushing
I'm not
everyone.
gonna tell you what to do, Lisa. I know what
That I
kind of
can
mood
do.
you're in.
That I can do.
I'm gonna be the one you tell that to.
All right, great.
Ready for 8?
Yep.
Okay, let me grab the cord here.
This is the thickest cord. It's heavy.
Good string.
Don't want you to lose it. Don't want to get lost in the other cords.
Weird, like,
Lots of little gremlins running around in that cord.
I'm sure it's a gremlin. It's just that one.
we think we're pretty close on this one as well. Article 8, JCEA golf, is that, I don't think that's the right protocol. Give me a second.
Hardest part of it.
Hardest part of it.
District hotel.
District hotel, there we
District
go.
hotel.
I just didn't name it at the top, I guess. I named it, you can see at the very top, but I didn't put district hotel up here, so let me do that.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. All right, we did not suggest any changes in the first page, nor did you in the last version, or the second page, or the third page. Okay, at the bottom. School counselors, we left that part with the 504 team. We only had one suggested change in the ALT will collaborate with counselors and will utilize 504 coordination team guidance to identify the roles and responsibility of 504 management. We said school counselors will not be the sole nor primary writer or paperwork manager. And what we wanted to recognize is, I think, what your intent was, which is they shouldn't be expected to be the primary writer. We believe they shouldn't be the sole writer or the primary writer, but they do have to contribute. So we figured by putting both of those words in there, we would create enough context that people would understand what we meant. The next paragraph on counselors assisting in proctoring, the one suggestion we would ask is, because the CMAS administration book does refer to anybody who gives a CMAS test as an administrator, we were concerned with putting the word administrator in there because counselors do help with CMAS at times. And so we agree with you, they should not be testing coordinators. We checked with Dr. Eaton's team. They said, nope, they should not be coordinators. But our concern with using the word administrator there is that at no point in time could a counselor do a
So if they
CMAS.
were
And
like in a room giving the test.
right,
Okay.
because that is the terminology that CDE uses.
Well,
So
we're all on the record as our intent, that's important.
that is our intent, absolutely. We agree with you there. Then from 8434 all the way down to the bottom of the page, We appreciate your consideration in all of the Title I conversations, and we accept your amendments to 855 on Title I class sizes will be priority. Using that sentence and added para support may be appropriate. I think we kind of came to some agreement back and forth with both of us contributing to that language. We appreciate the interest in 8552 on really looking at SBB and understanding where the weighting system comes and giving you an opportunity to ask questions and make sure you support how that's been put together. Digital teacher librarians, we didn't agree. We greatly appreciate the secondary counselor piece of the 250 to 375 and recognizing that 375 to 350 we still wouldn't be hitting many, if any, of our schools at this point in time in terms of needing an additional counselor. So thank you for being in agreement there. And we did go back and look at, and you guys accepted 862 in terms of the planning, so thank you for that. And we did not suggest any other changes within the preschool piece. We accepted your suggestions on 865 that includes students that we may need to consider additional support if they have over 50%. We recognize that that's a reasonable thing for us to expect if a teacher needs it. And other than that, that's the end of that article.
Awesome.
All right.
So we only had 2 amendments in there.
Questions or comments?
I think we're good.
Do a consensus check, throw some thumbs.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think it's good.
You guys okay?
We're good?
Do you want to?
Let's see them.
Got another one, guys.
2 in a row.
Good job.
Well done, folks.
As per we discussed before we went to, caucus, we addressed the language part of 17, knowing full well that some of the stipend piece has to be addressed as we look at compensation all as one package, but we did try to give you guys language in 17. Let me make sure I'm right. We're at Foxtrot, right?
Mm-hmm.
District Foxtrot, Article 17. So the first page, I don't think you guys suggested any changes, nor did we in this last exchange. In page 2, there's nothing there. I don't think there's anything until we get down to, let me make sure. We went through all the CTE pieces. We did get a chance to meet with both Marna and Shelley, so we got some clarity. We'll talk about that when we get to compensation piece, if that's okay, but we did get that clarification. We did ask them to come meet with us.
And 1781.
Okay, let me go
it
back up.
says educators there. I think, didn't we have teachers there because it?
So, yeah, maybe when we get done with all the language, we can do we're trying to be consistent in the contract.
Yeah.
And use educator instead of teacher unless it's very, very specific and only for
But it is
classroom
specific.
teachers.
Okay.
So we can do a find and replace when we get all done.
We're fine with that.
Repeat.
So I'm going down, let me find where we left off here.
1710.3.
Yeah.
I think that's where we are. Okay, so, 1710.3. You all suggested $28 for next year, which, actually, we suggested, you agreed with that with the addition that you wanted it to go to 30 in the 24-25 school year. We accept your proposal there. We're fine with the will be piece. We know that there will be times that people are going to have to navigate that if they have the limited number of subs, but we know what the spirit of the language needs to be there, much as you said in the previous one. And then once you get to that page 9, that's when we start getting into compensation at 1710.6. So we stopped there because we want that to be a part of the overall compensation conversation, whether it's the percentages of title, the CTE. So we didn't do any modifications in that language right now.
Do you have any cost estimates for any of those pieces?
What I do have from last year, I think we talked about this in a previous session, that by adding the 1% to Title I, the initial cost estimate that we got was about $900,000, and I think it ended up being right at $700,000 is what I got from Brenna most recently, once it finally came through. So, but that said,
700 for, so it was 700 this year, so we'd add 700 if we double it.
plus additionally, because we're going to have more Title I schools next year than we have this year. So we increased the number of title schools, so there it would be that plus some additional resource, given that we'd be adding schools there. So I can certainly get some of those numbers back and forth. I have asked both Brenna to be available to us and Brian if we need. So if we need to kind of figure that out as we're going back and forth this evening, we can do that. And then the CTE piece, Marna helped to create some language when we get to that place to kind of clarify what folks are getting compensated, and then that CTSO language. So when we get there, we'll gladly share that with you. It's not an intent not to share it. It's just that we want it to be part of the overall big picture conversation about compensation. And that's all we've got.
Do you have any cost estimates for the CTE piece?
You know, when they came to meet with us and we had our guest speakers, because I went back and looked at my notes, Marna and Shelley and the CTE teachers that were there said there were 167 programs, which includes Warren Tech and middle school. So if they're talking about leads connected to each of those, my assumption would be the 167 times whatever the stipend is.
Any questions or comments?
So I think we're close there. We just need to get through some of the compensation pieces.
All right. Moving on.
Okay, I think we talked about waiting on number 11, waiting until we got to the compensation conversation for that
Okay.
piece so that we rolled it all together.
Sure.
So do you guys need a break before we go into the compensation conversation?
We're ready for
You're
the show.
ready?
Ready to
Okay.
roll.
So then, just so that I understand, so we're going to present our comp, and then after you guys consider it all, you'll return on coaches and activity stipends, language, all of that together as a piece. Okay.
That was the thought process, and honestly, it's up for, we all kind of need to collaborate and decide how we want to do it, but the question was just simply, given how much that all of that is tied together on compensation, if we take your piece and price out, cost out stuff with Brenna and Brian and figure that out, and then hand it back to you as one full piece, then we can go back and forth and try to make some progress from there, if that makes sense to you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'd just like to say we've had some people file in since we started, so thank you as usual for attending. Would appreciate the respect of the process and not be disruptive. Everyone's been great so far, but thank you for coming, and I think we're ready to roll.
There is additional seating back
Yep, sure
over
is.
here.
There's some over here if you're squished.
Okay, and I think we're going to present, hold on one moment. So I think Drew. Okay, I think that it should be linked. I just want to make sure it's the right one.
Do we want to link it before or after?
Well, because they have to use that to to show it. So, okay, so that should be up and ready to roll. So, Rob, I believe you are.
I think I'm starting.
You are
and then
starting.
There's some other folks.
Do we want to straighten that?
Because these folks can't see it.
Right.
Can we turn it around?
Turn
Or
it a little bit so
like-
it's a little more parallel to the wall. Without destroying it.
That or does everybody need to move?
I was gonna say, people could come this way if they would rather,
Or-
too.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm.
Well,
much of either.
yeah, true.
Thank you. Are you guys good?
All right.
Okay, so May the 4th be with you. This is our financial counter with some we thought we'd put some context in before we actually get to the counter. So myself and some of the other folks on the team will talk before we actually present the counter. And I think we brought this up last year, that, a budget is a statement of values. And it's where does the district put their values in terms of putting forth their money. So next slide. And I think one of the big things overriding this year's compensation and this year's life in general is inflation. And so we have on the left column there, over the past 4 or so years, the consumer price index for Denver, showing about a 14% increase over that time period for prices in Denver. Then in the middle column, we've put the cost of general instruction. And it just went dark.
No, it came back.
Oh, okay. And what's happening here? Okay. And you'll see there that it's gone up less than the consumer price index by quite a bit. And what we did here was, we wanted to include this year's data. So including from the new salary schedule. And so since the new salary schedule hasn't been in place for a full year, what these numbers show in the middle column is just the first 6 months of the year. So it's how much did the district outlay from July 1st until December 31st, and it's that same quantity each of those years. So we're trying to compare apples to apples, but also integrate in a post new salary schedule data point, so we can kind of get a feel for how things are going. And you'll see, there's been a consistent upward trend, but at considerably less than the consumer price index. It's also, interestingly, considerably less than the district revenue. District revenue over that time period has gone up 2.7% per year, or about 7.7% total, whereas again, general instruction cost has only gone up 1.3%. So just something to keep in mind when we're thinking, a budget is a statement of values. Okay, next slide. And we showed this slide last time around, just showing that over the past several years, as student enrollment has decreased, so has teacher employees. Next one. We showed this slide as well, but just to really, show that teachers, the number of teachers there corresponds very, very strongly with student enrollment. So as student enrollment has dropped, teachers are very much in lockstep with that. Interestingly, though, administrators have over that time period gone up about 15%. Okay, next slide. And this was actually a note in the December quarterly report that the district put out. And this also refers to a comment that was made in the district presentation, which equated the fact that teachers, basically, as salary goes up, teachers have to be cut. There was a statement to that effect in the district presentation a couple weeks ago when it was given. I think we would argue that it is more student enrollment that controls teacher and educator, like how many are there, how many are hired, than the cost. I think the cost is, it's calculated as a result of how many people are there, what the market forces are, things like that. It's not like we raise the price, oh, now we have to cut a bunch of teachers to compensate for that. So in this quarterly report, it was noted that continued year-over-year increases in alignment with smaller total student population being served. That was a note explaining why there have been a decrease of 174 teachers between 2021 and 2022. So, that was the district's own explanation of, why there was that loss of teachers during that time period. Stick there just a little bit. So I think since, let me actually go so I can see it here. Or can you actually slip back over, Richard? Sorry. Yeah, so I think since the teacher staffing corresponds to student population, I think when we're really looking at when we're looking at compensation, we really need to be looking at per pupil allocation much more than just the overall, this is the money for the district. We need to look at, what is the district, or what is the per pupil compensate or per pupil cost for each student, because that's directly tied to how many teachers there are. I think in the district presentation, there was more of a slant towards here's the money we have, and therefore we can make these changes, not equating in the fact that the population of students is going down and correspondingly the population of teachers is going down. So we just wanted to kind of bring that point up. Now, next year, the district is planning to reduce FTEs by 181 licensed educators. If we were to assume a cost of about $90,000 for each of these FTEs, and that would include salary and benefits and para and all those other expenses, we get a savings of about $16 million, a little bit above that. In an earlier presentation, and I think this might have been the one that Branna gave at the Jcea office, actually, not a bargaining session here. The district used this contraction of employees as a means for removing a possible budgetary shortfall. We're kind of wondering, shouldn't the budget, or should the budget be balanced primarily by cutting those closest to students? Would be kind of our question. Next slide. Now, this is actually Dr. Kim, when the financial presentation was presented, astutely noted this, and we're in total agreement that, we have had this decline of 7.5 or whatever. Our salary schedule at the top end is 7.54% below Denver Metro top salaries, or top educator salaries. And Dr. Kim astutely said our salaries went from being 12.76% below the Metro average at the top of our scale to 7.5% below Metro average at the top of the scale. So we still have some work to do at the top. We recognize that. And so we are in agreement with you on this.
I figured you would be.
Well, thank you. And we appreciated that comment. Yeah. Okay, next slide. We did have some concerns, again, in the presentation that, and we've said this every year, and I think a lot of the district team hasn't been here year after year like Lisa and I and Michelle have been. And if you had been, you know that every year I talk about the fact the district doesn't bring turnover into the conversation maybe as much as we would think it should be involved in the conversation. A calculated cost of about $10.3 million was given for step increases. However, if you think about this kind of in terms of, the steps are like steps on an escalator. And I've used this analogy before if you want to look at old tapes from years past. But it's like an escalator. And people get on, and it's not purely at the bottom because we have years of credit, which I think we've agreed to, have people step on, maybe not quite at the bottom of the escalator, but you're at some lower point in the escalator. And then as you move on in your career, you're kind of moving up this escalator. And then when you retire or when you leave to pursue something else, you get off the escalator at a higher position. And then when that position is refilled, if it is refilled, it will generally be with someone lower down on the schedule, which will be a cost savings. And some years it's been argued that, well, that's a different line item in the budget, but I think when push comes to shove, it's money that the district saves by having a teacher at a high salary not teaching and a teacher at a lower salary now coming in to fill that same role, there's a cost savings there. And when we've in the previous schedule, it was about a $12 million step cost was what was given over the past several years. And when we were looking at the actual cost by plotting the salaries of the histogram, we took all the salaries, got a histogram of where they were on the salary schedule, figured out the total cost, and did that year after year after year. At the top end, we were getting a $5 to $6 million cost for that on a $12 million step schedule. Some years, like the 2020 year, when everyone was like, I don't want to teach in this, it was actually way, way lower than that. But the top end was like $5 or $6 million on a $12 million schedule. Well, here we have a $10.3 million schedule, so our argument would be that you can't really use that $10.3 million amount for the total cost of this of the proposal, because a lot of that will go away with these with this turnover savings. So same argument here. We have lane shifts, and as you enter your career, generally you'll enter more on the left side of the schedule, and then potentially work your way to the right as you go on, get more experience, more education, maybe get a master's degree or go from there. And some people might enter fairly far on the right, some people might start in lane one. But there'll be a general trend, down and to the right as you move through your career. Just like with steps, if you're retiring from the right side of the schedule and new people are being hired on the left side of the schedule, over time, the net effect of that will be zero cost. People will start here, they'll end up here, they'll leave. Someone else will come here, move there, leave. However, we realize that there's fluctuation year to year. Sometimes there's more people moving this way and fewer people retiring. Sometimes it might go the other way and there actually might be a negative cost to it. With that said, there also was last year this introduction of the sixth lane. And that will cause a genuine movement of people to the right. So that is a real ongoing cost that's there. So we recognize, that there will be this shift to the right, which will amount to, long-term increases, which were, factored in last year and, could represent part of this 2.5 million. But, as time progresses, once people do move over there, those costs will stabilize, and that, 2.5 million will eventually even out. Now, in terms of state funding, I guess some good news. I think yesterday the state wrapped up the state budget, and some good news in terms of Jeffco is expected to be funded about $783 million, and it's expected that there's a $60.3 million increase over last year. And that is actually an increase of about 8.34%, and that's not per pupil funding. That is 8.34%, of the state funding in the budget, which is awesome. Okay. Now, if you factor in the loss of enrollment and put that number in a per pupil amount, since we have had constricted or declining enrollment, that actually works out to about a 10.45% per pupil increase in funding. So happily, this gives Jeffco a thriving financial outlook for this next year. And I think Michelle is going to take over now. Oh, sorry. Brooke is going to take over.
That's okay. All right. So NEA just came out with its annual report in educator pay in America. This annual report from NEA examines educator pay and school funding from pre-K through college. They revealed an alarming trend of decreased educator pay when accounting for inflation and inadequate investments in public schools and universities as teacher turnover hits historic highs. This report released by the National Education Association shows a perfect storm brewing as educator shortages continue to grip schools nationwide. In addition, other educational experts have found that their use is to be 22%, used to be, I think it's supposed to say, 22% of college students who majored in education Currently, numbers are 4.6%. So we're headed towards a cliff. So we really need to do some work in attracting people to the profession. Next slide, please. A key finding in this report in this year's 2023 report is the average educator pay has failed to keep up with inflation. As Rob mentioned in some of the earlier slides, teachers are making $3,644 less on average as they did 10 years ago, adjusted for inflation. And if we go to the next slide. So if you look at this comparison, we have put the district's offer here at the 3.5% COLA and our original offer at the 9% COLA, and where we would rank compared to Cherry Creek, Adams 12, Westminster, Denver, and Boulder. Jeffco has to keep up with districts in the Denver metro area. This graph shows that we would where we would compete with district management's offer, again at a 3.5% COLA, in starting and ending salaries. If we look at district management's offer, we would be ranked last compared to Cherry Creek, Adams 12, Westminster, Denver, and Boulder in starting and ending salaries. We've been told that Denver is set to get an 8% COLA due to the School Finance Act passing, and we did not include Douglas County as a competitor because they do not have a collective bargaining agreement, and educator turnover there is extremely high. We do not want to be Dougco, nor do we want their wages, so that's why we also didn't include them. And we also know that districts, students, and educators receive more supports and resources when they have a union and a collective bargaining agreement. Aurora is introducing their compensation proposal in just a few hours today, and we have good sources telling us that they will be more competitive in the Denver metro area. And then JCA's initial offer is a reasonable proposal because it keeps us from being rated last from these surrounding districts and keeps us somewhat competitive. With a 9% COLA, we would stay competitive by ranking 5th out of 6 in starting and ending salaries. A 3.5% COLA would take us back down to the bottom of the pile.
And if you stay on the slide for just a minute, I'm just going to piggyback on that a little bit. And again, part of, we look at these because these are our competitors, and it's also where our beloved colleagues tell us they're looking at going. And so we want to keep those colleagues, the people that we teach with, the people that are part of our school families with us. And when we look at this, we want to make sure that we're competitive and that we can retain them within our schools, because it's what's best for our communities.
And we do want to recognize, like, we did great work together last year of digging ourselves out of that hole and being more competitive. And it was great to hear from our fellow educators statewide that, that they were looking at working in Jeffco again. But we have to stay competitive if we want this, we want the best educators for our students.
Okay, so if you'd like to move to the next slide, please. So another item that's come up historically year after year, and I know, again, the district bargaining team maybe hasn't been here for all of this, but we do also compare our reserves, because oftentimes, we're told this is part of keeping the balance, our budget balance, is we have to have money in reserves. And what we're seeing when we compare our reserves to those of other districts, and we did compare them to those of districts that are comparable in size and that might also be a competitor of Jeffco. And so when we look at our reserves, they are quite high in comparison. I mean, there's others that might be similar, but a lot of times looking at this, we outpace other districts by a factor of 2, and in one case, almost 3, in terms of the money that we're keeping there. And these are the districts that are able to offer those compensation packages. And so we're just looking at this as part of the budget, and we have to consider what are we doing? What are we doing with this money? And what are we saving it for? So to continue that, if you would go to the next slide, please. If we look at the next chart, This shows how we've been able to build our reserves over the last few years, and I know that in years past it continues even before that. So the amount of total reserves and also unassigned does continue to rise. We did have a drop a little in the unassigned reserves because we had moved some of that to the total reserves. But what can be observed here is that whether it's a rainy or a sunny day, we keep adding money to those reserves, even in times, troubling times such as a pandemic. We kept adding money into our reserves. And we hear every year that we get these warnings that we need to continue saving for a rainy day. And we continue to build these reserves at a rate that is outpacing a number of other districts. But continuing to sock this money away in this fashion, especially in comparison to these other districts, does feel irresponsible. From our perspective, and again, this is just years of having this conversation and years of frustration, but from our perspective, it feels like choosing not to feed my kids as much so that I can put extra money in savings for some kind of future disaster that may or may not occur. And in the meantime, what's happening inside my house? That doesn't feel good for those of us that are living in that house. And our people are making tough decisions because they have families too. And they're looking at, is this a district that is going to prioritize the people within it, or are there other districts that are maybe getting it done a little bit better? And do I need to consider that? So if you go to the next slide, please. So in addition, the increase in the balance of the general fund, total reserves over the last 5 years, does almost exactly match the overestimation of total instruction costs. We have seen a pattern of this as well over the years of we think it's going to cost this and the costs keep coming in lower, and it correlates pretty darn well. And we recognize that the people that are sitting in this room might not have any responsibility for how we ended up here, but it has occurred. And we have the power to make a positive change for our educators by maybe more realistically anticipating what those costs are going to be and making sure that we are keeping the dollars closest to those that are working directly with our students. Okay. So Jeffco reserves and actuals. So for the past 2 years, the district planned to use reserves in the budget. The district budgeted in 2021, $12,900,000 roughly from the reserves to cover an anticipated deficit. But in that time, the district ended up growing its reserves by approximately $1 million. And in 2022, $28 million of those reserves was designated to cover the extra costs for the budget. But as of December 31st, which is halfway through the year, that's including the new salary outlays, it's increased by less than $8 million, which is only 3% from the previous year, and general instruction costs by $3 million, which is a 1.6% from the previous year. So once again, the district appears to be on track to spend less money than the allocated reserve, and with those costs are coming in below projections, which, again, to reiterate what Rob said, that's a sunnier outlook than maybe what we'd had anticipated. Next slide. Okay, so Jeffco COLAs. So we also got curious about how our COLAs are keeping up with what it's supposed to represent, which is cost of living increases, which is inflation. So how far are our dollars going? So, I just want to point out that we started in 2017 because it was really hard to compare before because we had a time period where we were frozen. We got off the salary schedule. We had to get back on the salary schedule. So it's really hard to make those comparisons. But starting in that 2017-18 school year, some of the COLAs have been 17%, and over those same years, inflation has been 22%. So our teachers, our educators have lost more than 4% of their buying power, which is in line of the NEA data that had been shared. So this situation is worse for employees actually than these numbers would suggest. It's also not taking into account increased healthcare costs, additional para, housing, all the things that have gone up. Our people are feeling it, and they're having to make really tough choices. And again, I'm just going to reiterate, one of those is, I love my job and I want to do this work. Can I afford to? So if you would go to the next slide. So in the spirit of May the 4th be with us, and I'm not going to do the voice, I was asked to, but do or do not. There is no try. And we're saying, let's do this. So, counteroffer. Again, steps and lanes. We will come down to 8% COLA. Based on especially the observation that Dr. Kim had made about our upper end of our pay scale not being as competitive as we'd like in the Denver metro market, we'd like to increase that percentage between lanes 5 and 6 because all the lanes have a percentage of 4%. That last lane is only 2%. And part of the conversation, because again, I don't know that anybody was at the table for this, but part of the conversation when this, with David Bell, when this was put together, was that we're going to start at 2% with the idea of upping it to 4%. And so maybe now's the time to do that. That was going to be part of a future conversation and the initial conversations when we started down this path. And so we think maybe that would be time to do this. And we've also have within this slideshow as well our benefit changes. So the next slide, our counter on benefits. We would suggest adding $20 to the district monthly contribution for either employee by themselves or employee plus spouse. We suggest adding, our proposal, our counter proposal is $40 for the contribution of employee and children or employee and family to encourage larger numbers of families being able to enroll their children in the plan. The district and the Jcea, furthermore, will meet and gather data and plan out how to switch to a percentage-based system starting in the 24-25 school year, wherein the district will continue to cover 100% of at least one employee-only option and work toward covering an overall percentage comparable to what was covered 15 years ago. And again, just some context for this. What we're trying to do here is make an investment in future benefits savings. So we will get, they're basing our rates on who's using the plan, and the more kids that we can have on this plan, the better the rates are going to be. And so we want to make that an option for as many of our families as can be right now. As of now, a lot of them might be choosing to have their kids covered under a spouse's plan. And then moving to a percentage-based system did have a ton of support from our membership. I believe it was as high as 77%. So that, again, that we all have a vested interest in getting the best possible rates. So that is the end of our compensation counter proposal.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions? Any comments?
I don't think we have any comments at this time. Obviously, we have folks on our team that we've got to have conversations with, and
Sure.
we'll be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you.
How much time do we need?
Honestly, I don't know at this point in time. Let us
What's my-
circle up. Why don't you come see us in
Check
about
in.
15 minutes, and we'll let you know that.
Okay, great.
That time.
All right.
Okay.
We'll play by ear then. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, the juice.
All right, we are reconvening. Last we heard, the union made a presentation regarding compensation. The employer has been caucusing and considering, so I will pass it over to Kim.
Thank you, John. And thank you, everybody, for this evening. We appreciate the energy and the time that has gone into going back and forth. We feel like there's been some good progress made on our articles. We've done some good work together collaboratively. We've got a number of events going on this evening, but we were able to get a hold of folks that we needed to have conversation. To be just fair and transparent and honest, where the district is and where Jcea is pretty far apart at this point in time for compensation, and we're going to need a little bit of time to really work through some of the numbers and have those conversations with the right people, and really look at it and come back to the table with, frankly, an offer and a budget that reflects what the board has charged us with their priorities and values, with being responsible stewards of the district's resources and compensating our educators and our workforce in a way that's respectful. So we will come back to the table on the 17th, but we honestly do not believe we're going to get there this evening. So in doing such, we're going to say thank you. We appreciate it, and we'll see everybody on the 17th.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
Well, I would say that we're disappointed to hear that, obviously, because we have a lot of people that came out and we had a plan to be here as long as it took. And the whole reason that we're here was because we were told the right people would be in the room and that we would be prepared to get this done. So it is disappointing. And so I guess what's going to change in 3 weeks that we can't get done tonight if we're working with those people? I guess that's the question.
I appreciate that, Michelle. And honestly, like I said, we're pretty far apart at this point based on the guidance that we've been given, the board, the budget that we've proposed to the board, what we're looking at in terms of the big financial picture. We want to be able to look at everything you've asked for and figure out just exactly what we can do. But being this far apart, number one, we don't want to come back with an offer that, frankly, is not going to get us anywhere. We need to be thoughtful about that, and we're going to really need to look at that a little bit deeper, and then we'll come back to the table. But the last thing we want to do is, frankly, erode some of the good work that we have done. We want to take our time and be really thoughtful about it.
Well, I appreciate that, because in bargaining sessions over the past, that is what happened. Trust was eroded. And it's been really frustrating for our bargaining unit because they're watching all these districts around us already settled, and they're going to be making decisions based on this. So I would encourage us to get this work done as quickly as possible for our members so that they don't make choices that have us losing educators.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We will take that into consideration. And honestly, it's a big picture. You know that there are a lot of people involved in this. We have to have that conversation. We respect our educators. We also have to respect what our board and our communities charged us with, and we have to balance both of those two things. And we need a little time to do that and do it well.
Well, the last comment, I would hope that in future negotiations, we take this into account and that we can be not only more competitive, but also on a timeline that honors our educators' time too. So I'm thinking moving into next year, I'd like us to be able to get there quicker.
Maybe we should start earlier too.
Fair enough.
Part of it. So thank you.
Fair enough.
So thank you, John.
All right. Anything else? These negotiations in general are not an easy thing. They are very important to everyone involved, both the participants here at the table and the constituents that are here and are not here. So it's never lost on me that we always want to do good and want to be able to get done. This is not failure at this point, so please don't view it that way. And regardless, I applaud you for conducting yourself in a civil and amicable way. So I do appreciate that. So, all right. Do we do we need to go through any other particulars? I know we were tracking notes again.
Oh, yeah. I was taking, what?
Do we have that one article that we all but agreed to?
What article?
The MOU.
Article that was all but agreed to.
Oh,
We
yeah,
decided
the
what to
safety
do.
and health, mental health and safety MOU, was that?
There was just one line that I'd like to look at and tinker with, and I thought we'd bring that back on the 17th.
I got most of the notes done. I sort of stopped partway at the end since I was presenting. So we can open that up and look at that and add to it. You know, I don't know who else wants to be involved in that. I can open it up myself as well. But especially for the people that have come out tonight, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules at the end of the year to be here for this. And just so that you can be here when we come back to the table. That'll be March 17th. Is it in the
May.
Oh my God.
We're not going back.
Oh my God. My apologies. May 17th. And is that in the boardroom? In the boardroom, starting at 4:30. So you can find us there, and we encourage everyone to come back out.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Do we want to look over what Michelle has typed real quick?
Yeah.
Sure it's all right.
I'm
We'll take a
finishing.
look before we head out.
Some of the screencast.
Yeah, we'll take a look before we head out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We'll
And-
convene in my office and make sure that we're
Okay.
good with it.
All right. And do we have to, the agenda almost speaks for itself, or, okay, all right. I'm sure there'll be something finalized prior to our meeting, so, okay. Okay, okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. With that, we will convene. Or
Thank you, guys.
adjourn. Long day.